Shareable link. Stream. Spectators. Join my own chat. Hey. Oh, and Habits beats me before I can even hit first. Mr. Greenshoe with the wow. Well, the King of the Penguins. You guys showed up so quickly. I need to make this live chat. Sleepy Penguin. I didn't sleep last night. I don't know. So we're doing all-nighter play. The stream, yeah, I was supposed to start at 3, but I started a little early. I don't know why I didn't sleep. I did have 2 Monster energy drinks, so that might have been why. Or just energy drinks. Okay, what's going on in this game? Lost and found with the bomber buy. I don't normally drink any energy drinks or coffee, yeah. What? Click through those too quickly? Why didn't it, Hello? Oh. Lost and found timed out, that's why. I assume? Don't drink that monster stuff, it's bad for your heart. Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with you there. I did check the replay. But now I see that also Lost and Found doesn't have anything built here. No, I can check the replay to see if the time. At 11 hours. With a 5-day turn. I guess it would be 7 days, so yeah. Lost and Found. Timed out against me, oh no. I guess we go for the hardest punish possible. Because no mercy. Oh my gosh, that one-shotted? I didn't think that was gonna happen. Don't guard this, so yeah, Lost and Found's just super dead. Sometimes you can kind of make a comeback. As long as you built everything, but not everything even got built. Beans. I'm so used to being able to do like the right click slash B button from playing The actual games. I didn't sleep at all. A sleepy penguin. But I'm still here. Such is the penguin dedication to the cause. I don't think there's any more attacks I'm going to do. I don't really want to dive in on all that. It was, you know, for the energy for voice acting and all that stuff. And then they had a sale, so I was like, oh, you know what? I'll try some. That's fine. I'll just catch up on sleep. Hello. I think I'm fine if... Oh yeah, I know I'm fine. No real reason to go for this property. Other than... I guess it's just another threat that has to be dealt with. I'll just be super cowardly over there. Two energy drinks, yeah, you know. But we're fine. I don't remember if it's better. I think it's fine for me to go like this, specifically because I'm doing the APC stuff. One, two, three, four, five. So I do need to have see here, back here. But I think infantry matter more. Over here, so I will just APC. This space and just do a tiny walk. You tried an energy drink before, but you didn't feel anything, but at least it was tasty. Okay, so taking my city, which is mighty rude. I almost have a sacrificial breakthrough there. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, so I don't have tanks that can cover this currently. I guess I can just run over here. overwhelm the copter. Or not the copter, the anti-air. Bring another copter in. Give an attack down here, I guess. We have this copter hit here. This copter comes in. Infantry attack here. Bring the tank on over. I'm definitely not letting this base just kind of, or not base, the city just fall. And this is fine because I was assuming I can take care of this guy. Nothing can step on this mountain. I can't like go harass this guy. I could go over here, but it just opens me up to a copter fight. Okay, we'll dive on in. You were very rude this turn. What? Rude. 5, 6. 5, 6. I can't. Worries. I think we're gonna dive on in here. These tanks are gonna have plenty of targets. I'm gonna use my tank over here. With tank backup, it's probably fine. You killed a penguin and tried to take over a city. How could you? How could you? No respect. This guy out. Let's be able to get two-shotted. I think it's okay. The nice thing about this fight is it's going to give me my power, which I definitely appreciate. Yeah, we're just gonna get some first strike damage there. Make sure this tank can't get too shotted. Well, I guess it's probably not that big of a deal. Building another tank here. I have so many infantry over here. I think I can try and push for something. See what kind of fight we can get going. Here. 2, 3, 5, 6. Tank here makes a lot of sense. Here or here? I think here is. Well, striking from that forest is nice. Okay, we're good. Then you can just chill. I can also just chill, probably right. Step over there. This makes sense. Forces a tank to hit from the shoals, while putting more pressure on this city. I think the max power on the following turn is going to be pretty scary. Pretty scary. So fast. Push over this. Yeah, capture a little faster. Get infantry. I could do the AVC2 base skip move, but to do that move that the AI does, you have to have 7,000 funds. You have to have the 2K to build the infantry, but then don't build them. Then you're truly doing the AI move. You're already scared without the max power? Oh no. Let's go for the harbor. Zoom, 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 zoom. Do we think Tordred is also doing recon stuff? The answer is probably. So, let's go this way instead. The stall matchup that isn't stally. mean, the double recon just works out so well. I'll stick to it. Eagle with no move planner is heresy. I agree. It's not easy. Alright, this is the game that's going not great. Looks like it's continuing to not go great. It's so long, 25 turns. Well, we'll see what damage we can do. The artillery moved away from it. Tank kills tank. I can take this up. There's artillery here and there's artillery over here. Got some serious recon problems. Take you out, I guess. I really wish I'd broken this pipe seam. I've never wanted that before, but it would be so helpful here. The 5 health back there. One, two, three, four, five. Probably. So you can take out my anti-air when it goes for the copter. I guess I can hit it with my own copter if it's there. Let me check. There. Well, let's see. We can go copter, tank, 5. I don't think a 6 health tank can kill a 5 health recon, can it? Okay, it can. So I could go copter, tank, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I can't do that though because I need to. Well, I guess if this tile's free, I can do it. And then the anti-air would attack from the top. And I can get a tank strike here. Still a tank strike inside of this artillery range, which is not great. And ideally, I would break through this way, which I can do. Maybe. Then hit from here. I don't think I can do that while also killing this tank. What? I don't know what that means. I'm not just gonna say it. It's so aggressive. 1, 2, 3. I guess that always hits the there though. Is to kill this guy. I have to use 2 vehicles to kill this, and then like another vehicle and then infantry. That's not worth it. I'll use the copter tank. 44 to 50. Does kill. It's 9 enough. It should. Ooh. Anti-air right there. In that case, I can go after that, I guess. Well, this doesn't reach. Whoops. Sleepy penguin indeed. Hmm. Well, that's pretty bad. Although it's not the worst, because luckily this tank's not in range of this artillery. It's only this artillery. So I could go for this thing. Just ignore the copter. Alright. Five, 6. What am I doing? Why did I attack with this tank instead of this tank? Oh, because I wanted to hit this anti-air. Oh my gosh. I am crumbling apart here a little bit. Do I still go after this anti-air? We just go after some infantry. Right now, you just kill this and you kill this. They don't kill it. Seriously injure it. Though I do also need to get my market crash. Otherwise, I'm just super dead. Even more dead than I am right now. I think I do have to make this attack. And we can bring the anti-air up here. I think there's an infantry over here I have to deal with too. We'll pop this. Didn't even have enough money to fully wipe that. Oh my gosh. Then what do I want to do with this one? This guy's already preoccupied, so let's attack here. Fine, I guess we can go there. So exposed. Hope you guys can deal with this guy. Can't really afford to repair you, sadly. Your poor Sasha. The saddest of all Sashas. This is a very aggressive move. I think I have to do aggressive things. Okay, well that's not looking great. The black boat, well, it might do fuel and ammo. That's true. Although this guy's already, I repaired it last turn. But I could have, yeah. I think for this, against Max, you get for this one first. Over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get our artillery. Two, yeah, I know. I could have got that 2 fuel back. It's a new map for me, although I have seen some replays on it. Where does this guy go? Guess you go for this property than this property. That or like, I guess going down over here. More presence in the middle also makes sense. I am Jake against Adder. I guess it would be 1, 2, 3. Could contest this. It's not a super great contest. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for the money. Though I'm sure there's something there. You don't like that map very much? It's certainly an interesting one. What's going on here? I take my property. Built another medium tank. What did Lord Clefairy do on their turn? Killed my copter. Hit a tank. A market crash. How much did they have after? Okay. They're starting to run out of market crashes. I think we can maybe do an attack over here. A lot of infantry though. We can definitely go after these copters. Can't reach that one, but I can definitely kill this one. Artillery, I guess, is covering the copter. 6. Could go for copter. Usually, anti-air is probably going to be just fine. Copter can hit here. I can't wrap all the way around. Kind of just kill stuff off. I do still have a 6 health medium tank, which is pretty nice. Ha! After I trade this for this, I am up 2 copters to 1, which is really nice. Question is, how do I want to take out this infantry? Because I can't hit it from 2 sides with my guys unless I have like some. Looks like I don't have a really good sacrificial plan. Because Sasha's currently got Von Bolt stats. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. I kind of have a play to take this city. Wouldn't Lash be a really good tier 3 pick on this map? I could see it. Yeah, there's no comm towers. There's not very many forests next to cities. You're still working with plains. Caustic Finale Lashes tier 2. You can also just not really attack into this. But I think killing the copter's worth it. Maybe I go copter infantry strike, anti-air strike. I can heal up my medium tank, or I can take the swing here. Take a tank swing here. Or I could use the medium tank to break this. He'll probably die. But then you can always have follow-up reinforcement of I have a good replay. Nice, nice. I should take the turn fast. Okay, so I will settle for this. Does it matter which infantry attacks? This one needs to get out of the way for a tank strike anyway. It could also be used to move over here. The next question is, of course, do I even go for this, or do I try and do something really funky with like tank kills? Actually do a tank. 6 health medium tank, please. 50 to 55 does a little less than a tank does. So we have tank kills this. That doesn't quite work. I wanted to sacrifice this guy into here. So I'd have tank and then tank kills this. Yeah, that's not good enough. Medium tank's not that full, so probably can just take this opportunity to heal the medium tank. Just take some first strikes. I'll send you back. Send you over here. You do 40. Just do that. And then the question is, do I want to use my artillery? Is Mr. Rex? I could put my artillery right here to cover this city and this city. Open to a 5 health tank attack and lots of infantry swings. Or I can go tank, infantry strike, artillery in the forest. And we have artillery staring at each other. The move planner would be nice, yeah. I think we're going to do that. And then I just need... This doesn't quite work. Because they can't block. Shoot me. I overwhelmed them in the end. I need more infantry. It's true. Another tank over here. And then do I want to try and go for this city? during all of this. Covered by mech. Artillery. I'd have to block like double tank. Go tank here, tank here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Also block here. Probably works out. It's a little awkward if you just use the artillery, but it's not that bad. I should have gotten the this should have been a recon instead of a tank, because then I would be threatening to hit the artillery with it. Although it's not that bad because this artillery can be used to help clear the way. No one's gonna get shot. Okay, so I go here to capture here. Yeah, I'm thinking capture. Maybe I can use 3 tanks. Tank here. Yeah. So I could go tank, tank, infantry, infantry, tank, infantry caps. I have to sacrifice in a really obnoxious way. And then all that's also covered by an artillery. Sure. At the same time, we can also threaten this city. I want you here. Mech to here. Artillery goes here, so mech here. Just get hit by mech, but it's not so bad. I could also put it in the forest. 6. Advantage to being here is you can reach this guy and the city. It's not that big of a deal. Being able to reach this guy makes much more sense. And I was going to move my medium tank over here, but now I think just putting it on this city is pretty nice. Let's leave these guys a little exposed. But it helps with this. Block this tile in case they find a way of killing this tank while not moving this one. Doesn't seem super likely though. I can actually just... Yeah, okay. That... Kill this guy. It's probably going to be... Might be strike, strike, cap. And then this fires on the artillery. It could also be strike, strike, artillery shot. Infantry comes in to hit my artillery. So let's stop that. Let's go here. Bring this guy over. Maybe over to here. It's gonna get blocked by this tank though. Do I want another copter? I think so. I think the copter pressure is looking pretty good. Mercofairy is going to have to use another power next turn. Hello. What is going on? Oh, I left a spot open to hit. It's very embarrassing. Do I need my super, or can I just use my normal power? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also 5. 2, 3, 5, 6. I could open that up. 5, 6. Doesn't open up anything for you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me shoot the recon and drop that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 opens up a lot of targets for you and you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opens up a nice target for you. Okay, so I think the super is desirable here. But can I even get it? I need 11,450. Will I be able to see one turn into the future? It's not so much about not... I mean, I can see a turn into the future, but... you have to see the turn into the future in many different ways. I don't think I even have very good copter sacrifices. I guess I can hit the tank. It has to like break through infantry, get the copter. I mean, I can see a few turns ahead if we're looking at just like a specific engagement without using a move plan or anything like that. But if you were to ask me what is the board state going to look like in 5 turns, I would not be able to give you a very accurate rendering. I guess I can go copter infantry here. 5, 6, which makes this guy a happy 1, 2, 3, 6. So these 4 are the ones that benefit from the super. Everyone over here doesn't really care. There's a bomber that's been feeling this recon looks pretty nice. Because it's kind of locking everything down up here. It does let me shoot this recon too. Yeah, and then I'd use the copter for this from here. I know I want to kill things. Well, of course. Of course, there will be much attacking. You know, you just have to be... you gotta be patient with the attacking. Guess I could break through and smack into an anti-air. I don't really want to do that. So I have no coverage for diving in on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I don't get to hit the anti. It makes it much worse. Because what's going to happen is I'm just going to lose a lot of copters, which I kind of need And I'm gonna get wrecked by Block Rock. I don't have my copters. I think I just have to sort of live with the fact that these artillery are not going to get shots. Do I even do any attacks before power? And I don't think so. Let's use the normal power here. Get to shoot this guy. I can still interrupt this, I guess, if I want to. Shoot the APC. I've got 2 artillery over here. They can shoot this one guy. You get to shoot this guy. How does Grit feel on Improbable Might? Not good. Well, I'm not the person to ask though. I always feel like Grit feels not good. You have to ask someone who actually likes to play Grit. So we could charge forward, kill the APC, interrupt this cap. Seems bad though. Bring an AA over here. Chat does like to see me suffer with Grit. That's just because they're used to, you know, story mode Grit. Story mode Grit is, he's chill. I can see why people like Grit if they've played the original games. You can take that free, dude. That can happen. How good does it surround on this fight? Pretty good, actually. I think it forces a tank to get involved in trying to free it. This guy. You like Grit as a character, but not the CO. Yeah, I can say that's pretty much where I am. I needed... Oh, no, I can use you. I can't. Oh my gosh. I need to use you to block there. Although this is probably... Anyway... Oh, we have another unit. A little daring to go back. Gutsy guys. Death balls with grit can be OP. That's true. Ooh, with super, this recon here. Maybe I just scoot single tile forward. All back there, or do I just go over here? It can help cover my artillery. Fortunately, there's not that many tanks on the field. Just the 4. I'm gonna have to get a fighter here. Let's do that now before I forget. Can't actually block that with it. You just have to accept. On hit. All the way to there. Also put my other artillery here. Stops the recon from getting a boost. The planes. Probably shouldn't have taken that shot. Shouldn't have. The anti-airs are not detaggable by this tank. Investigation. There's the matchup. This is high funds. High funds, Jake is mighty strong. One of the better tier 4s for sure. Or I guess tier 3s. I mean, they're tier 3 and tier 4. Or tier 4 is experimental right now. Yeah, this guy really needed to be here. I think you get to be infantry. Yeah, well, if Grit's allowed in Global League, it's because he's not very good at the tier level or the slash the map, because you don't want Grits dominating, because then you have lots of Grit mirrors, which are not fun. Take a lot of damage. I mean, I'm always going to take a lot of damage from the block rock. It's kind of inevitable. Take a single step down. Stay out of the copter range. Move you over onto this. I could just leave road tile exposed, I guess. Try and cover this up. I think we just here follow suit. Another copter. Infantry. Fun, fun, fun. Just fall back really far here. Actually, reaches there. Here. Possums. Possum spit. Possum spit. Very possible to get the power next turn. Assuming enough copters survive. This thing. Actually, no, we'll do this. Seven, eight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's gonna be a very painful turn. Seven, 8. So have you retreat a little bit here. Fall back. Keep you there. I think you're fine here. Maybe, you know, I think you're better here. Let them attack from the road. Doesn't have to, that's true, but I can use another power probably next turn, and I can fire again. I do have to play around the power though. Okay, there's the battleship, as expected. There's the really the other fest had a super cool trap over here. I start launching meteors though. Bombers, the bomber be hiding. Where's the meteor prime pillar? It's gonna hit here. Or no, it won't. Maybe there. That's 29k. This is 31k. It's just 28. So if I launch a meteor, it's gonna hit this bomber. I don't think 2 Blackwell plus rocket plus missile. My meteor has to land on a target. I can't hit the ocean. I think it hits this bomber. Seems fine, I guess. FS is in. I kind of invested a lot in taking this comm tower, and then I wasn't able to hold it because of, I think, this Neotank buy. So FS is in a pretty good spot. I cannot move planner it, no. I'm pretty sure it's right here. I'm just gonna do it. I have no way of dealing with battleships. It's a serious problem. Almost didn't even get that kill. Well, I've got Sturm subs. I don't have my power app active. My sub does 29 to 35. Even on the open sea, I'm only going to do 44 to 52. But from the harbors, I can be locked down, so... Life is pain. I can break through. I have to... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't super matter if I break through, though. The vessel was threatening to break this and then send the bomber through. I mean, I think I do have to build subs. It's just, they're really bad. Yeah, I messed up. I mean, it's kind of a cursed matchup because so much hinges on the comm tower, but I did mess that up. Although, it's probably good, because DeadFS seemed to be really upset about it, so I'm glad it didn't quite come down to that. So... just try and get air domination, I guess. I needed to put my copter here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get bombers. Or just a bajillion battlecopters, probably. Maybe a sub. I could try a single sub. Bottom. Bump. I can at least get this city, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna mostly heal the damage, and then a cruiser will just come over and kill me. But the sub can deal with the black boats at least. Ha. 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Huh. Could go for that hit. It doesn't matter. It's probably better to stay at my harbor. I know. If only this was included in the meteor smack, that would help a lot. Get to be worried about this drop off over here too. Well, I'd like Advanced Wars by Webstorm's really good because he's actually playable competitively. Oh, you want Advanced Wars 1 campaign Sturm with the basically Grim. I think we definitely hop back in here. Don't repair. Might as well shoot this guy, I guess. I think 100 on 100. I would prefer 100 on 100 in this matchup, but I think that would overall be worse for Sturm for sure. And the cruiser is just too scary. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the bomber. I'm letting this guy sit on my harbor, but I think that's okay because it's not like my harbors are super great anyway. I guess I can sit in my land. Right over here, maybe I do. Just for future threats. Even move this new tank? Guess it might as well not get hit by the 2 HP bomber. It's not like it's really doing anything staring at that base. Poor black. We'll see if... I mean, it's possible if Deathfest like puts all the battleships together and then gets them hit by a meteor, that things could turn. Capture. Here, then you go here. Or we can thread and go here. That's fine. It's not really much of a threat. More of just a promise. Could ABC here. I think I tried that in another. Existence. Yeah, but we can try it again. Mighty, mighty, grim APC. We can go for the city. I want the harbor. We'll see what big beefy baboon does to punish the APC. Save that one. That was his DPC. Yeah. Pretty well so far. That's going around that way. I think I agree. Is the recon movement there? Two, 3, 6. He'll just delay this stuff. Do I... Do I go for a battle chapter or go... I can probably get away with a battle. We just get taken next turn. It is a little embarrassing. I shouldn't have popped in here. It's fine. You reach. We'll just unload you. Be very careful with this. Okay, let's get that battle chapter. Infantry. See how that all plays out. Recon harassment's real. How did this turn out? Looks like I get to kill the Neo tank, which is nice. Other things don't look nearly as nice. Nothing got trapped on the stealth, it's true. Lost a lot of tanks here. Tanks go down. A lot of anti-airs. So we get to kill the Neo tank. Maybe save that city. Take out a copter. Do I even need my super? I think I can just use my normal power. Ghost built another one. Built two. And I think still has the lander somewhere. I can go for the comm tower. Very sad Jess moments, not being able to save my own city. don't think the super's needed. I think I just used my normal power. Do 44 to 52, 52 to 60. I guess the order doesn't matter. Still in the city. Just chill like that. You don't reach that. Take out this copter. Don't get to hit an anti-air if I so desire. Let's go after this. Take this guy out with a recon. Copter's on the way over here. I think just infantry strike this guy. Of course, there's an artillery there. I totally forgot about that. I saw it happen. Third strike. All right. Left it down to 4. Oh, you can't do enough damage. Poor Jess. Infantry's too weak. Two comm towers? Not yet. 2 comm towers would have done it though. Start taking this city. Be really annoying actually. Block off this. Might even be the play. We'll take my 2 comm towers though. What are we doing stat-wise? Really, really well. If I wasn't so overextended, the fight would be pretty over. I think I am going to block this off. It's just annoying enough. Copters incoming. Even hide a copter in the forest? Can't hide a copter in the forest, sadly. 7. I guess I'd get a super to get a recon in the forest. But copters can't hide in forests. As much as they would love to. They fly above them. So you want to beat up on these infantry. Going to be a copter hitting me, but as long as it's just one. I think that's fine. What's up, Lander? So many transport units. I should say. Let's just do triple tank this turn because I lost a lot of them. I'm about to lose another one. Just chill in my city. Oh, this black boat's because it was built from this harbor to stop me from killing the infantry around, but then I had to drop off infantry over here anyway. I think there's another copter over there. If it wants to strike me, you can strike me from over here. We're covered by my anti-air. When they run out of fuel, they should just land instead. Yeah, so many turns. I only got 9 minutes left. Ah! Spoot rudely blocking my way. Yeah, you have to just go to here. Outplayed indeed. I don't know anything about Spoot. I guess I'll take the comm tower. I should just take the money. Get out of my way. My lander has a dream. I imagine the recon will deny the tower. I'm just gonna go without a tower until I take the other one. And we'll take this city. Decided to go all in with the tanks over here. Going to attack this stuff. Stealths are a big investment. It's true. Well, they're less of with Jess specifically, they're less of an investment because you don't have to get the APC. Do indeed. Retreat to here. Can't ignore this. Just take the double tank hit. That might have been a mistake. Well, I'll just have to make sure to kill this infantry to be on the safe side. think the opposing Sammy would be able to sacrifice enough for 3 bars of power generation. But just in case they can. I think I need to, though. And that would require base skips. Definitely just tank. Deal with you. You out here. Yeah. I'll see if there's another short turn I can take. I don't think I need another copter. This one must have auto started. Okay. Max versus Olaf. Oh, Sammy's in sight. Attack! Took that turn. So I took most of the turns. That's pretty good. Okay, I'll switch over to replays now. Transition. And here we are. So first on our list is the Go7 Priority game. Replays. Of course. Of course, of course. Put on the bow tie. So, turn SonjaTheSuperior into Yellow Comet. I almost chose Drake here, which would have been funny. It would have been a rematch, just on a different map. This is a big boy game. Yeah, this is a Discord Cup, the Fog Discord Cup semi-finals, I think. SonjaTheSuperior is one of the top players, and one of my first YouTube videos was about my old game against them, where it was Drake versus Andy. It was Penguin versus Old God. So far we've come. For this map, which I don't actually know the name of, I can check that though. Dark Rising is a pretty interesting-ish map. It has these pre-deployed recons sitting on your comm towers, which give vision out of everything that's built. From the one base side, which means, of course, you can have really safe aggression if you want. But the recon does die pretty quickly to just using a artillery, and they even put a handy-dandy missile platform here to guide where your artillery can go to shoot it. And then there's some nice forests for artillery to move on to. So it's set up pretty nicely for an artillery opening, or even a delayed one. You have kind of 2 base versus 1 base airport going on, but this middle base can pretty much send to either direction, and usually gets used to produce infantry because you have this pre-deployed black boat on the HQ that can go up into the lake and pick up infantry and mechs right away and drop off over here or over here. So we'll see how that all plays out. It's very rare that someone will just keep the black boat on this HQ. It's a pretty difficult one to take because it's hard to stop your opponent from building copters and defending it across over the lake like this. So you need a really strong copter force in order to block. So we're gonna see that and this is of course Kindle versus Andy, which I think favors Andy a little bit. It kind of comes down to how well can Kindle get some nice damage in with the increased firepower. But when it comes to the later and mid to late game with the big army battles, Andy's super is just so good. I had a video about yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this kind of situation, but it's a little bit different than on that map. That was because there was an actual very easy to execute HQ cheese. Yeah, it is still a false choice. You will fall really far behind if you don't use your black boat, but you don't have to use it turn 1. This is 20 plus cities. Yeah, there's no blind rock, paper, scissors with this. You can do an APC rush, but one of the nice things about this black boat is that when it's picking up your infantry, it drops it off like right here, 1, 2, 3, and it's already defending the HQ. This one doesn't though, so it's not nearly as bad. But I'm not a huge fan of the black boat. That it kind of has to be used for economic. In this case, it's just going to hurt you map knowledge wise. So we're going to see that I float. I could have built an artillery here, but I instead float the money because I want to bluff that I'm building a recon over here to get some sort of response on the 1 base side. SonjaTheSuperior had a different plan going forward anyway that handles a recon, so it's not a super effective bluff. But you can see here, SonjaTheSuperior goes for double recon. So this is like a flexible build on this map because you do have accelerated infantry with this black boat on the HQ. and that means they'll be vulnerable to recon plays. You can also see your opponent's infantry moving into the middle with your pre-deployed recon, so this one can be very aggressive. This one can be defensive or aggressive. It's kind of a flexible opener. It's a slower opener than a complete recon rush, but it has more options. Words High Society. This is a pretty good High Society map, yeah. It's got enough cities that you can unlock some one-shots. You can see I don't go for this harbor right away because I want the infantry from this base to get some captures. So instead I'll use this guy to boost, to go for this property really early and get some center captures going. Isn't a mech just as good as artillery versus that comm tower recon? Well, you'll take some damage on your mech, but you could do that too. I just prefer to have an artillery over a mech. But you could also do a mech. I have plans of going for a very copter-heavy composition because I want the more flexible unit for attacking from cities. I can kill copters from cities, I can kill tanks from cities, I can hit medium tanks from cities really effectively with copters, and I can also fly over forests, over lakes, over mountains to get more possible strikes. So that's why I go for the really fast airport, although it's not super fast. It's kind of just built in this path. The same thing SonjaTheSuperior is going to go for. But you'll see I'm going to build a lot of copters. Like a lot. Okay. So you can see the difference in our capture route here. SonjaTheSuperior hasn't used the black boat yet and is just focusing on capturing the nearby properties like this. Or my nearby properties haven't been captured yet, and instead I've gone for a middle property here. In fact, this is being captured so quickly that the recon isn't able to interrupt, but it will be able to deny this one, I think. And then I have a tank, of course, because I see the recon. I do want to have something to help my captures go along. Okay, SonjaTheSuperior has now started using the black boat. Just a little boost so far. I think, yeah. So right now, SonjaTheSuperior is going to have a little bit of an economic edge because I did do a city skip over here, skipping the harbor to go for more of the central properties, but that will swap pretty quickly as I do get the back caps while also having some of the center ones already. Be aggressive. Hey, and this is how aggressive I'm going to be. This is going to be a base skip for this copter. And artillery copter is a pretty nice composition. It kind of deals with most units as long as you know where the fight's going to be and you can set up for it. Basically, like, the copter can deal with tanks, it can kind of deal with recons, it can deal with other copters, while the artillery can deal with all the anti-airs. If the anti-air hits the copter, then the artillery gets to shoot the anti-air, and then the copter comes to replace it, that kind of thing. They kind of complement each other. Similar to how a tank and artillery work, but the copter can fight off other copters. So I guess kind of similar to how an anti-air and artillery work. So very sad. I do see this recon heading off over here, so I can't go for this capture. And SonjaTheSuperior goes for a very, not super early, a day 7 anti-air, but had some spidey senses tingling about my potentially copter-heavy gameplay. Well, SonjaTheSuperior will know the timing of the airport because it's going to be the same that they got. And oh, yes, I was hit here. This recon did interrupt my capture, and I'm going to join cap this because this is a pretty contentious property, and I don't really want to lose it and have to fight over that so far forward. So I will join cap it, which is going to put me behind 2 infantry now because I did skip 1. Aren't I known for using mini copters? I don't think so. Maybe. Not early on. I'm known for using lots of T-copters. Although I might be known for using lots of battlecopters, I don't know. Yeah, I moved this infantry into the forest because it can scout out where the recon's going if it's going to sit on any of the cities. And I still have my recon here, so I know about this tank. We get to have a very weird little setup over here. The recon goes onto this road to hit me. This is just to get... I'm not sure why it went up here. Actually. A weaker tile. I guess it just wanted vision. What was going on over here? That copter barely hiding, yeah. Well, I think it was barely hiding before. You know, it's still barely hiding. Although I don't think much would have changed. Or maybe the anti would have gone up this way instead. Now, of course, copters do not beat recons. Not like a tank does, at least. So the recon gets to live at 2 here. Which is very annoying, because not only is a low health recon very good vision-wise, it's also an Andy recon, so if it gets away, it will no longer be a 2 health recon. It will heal up very quickly when the powers start rolling. I'm definitely known for forward/aggressive infantry paths. That's true. So here I'm just being very chill. The tank is, well, it can't go into the forest that the infantry is. It is technically covering every tile around the infantry because it can hit from here to here and from here to here. So SonjaTheSuperior could like hit here, hit my infantry, and then set up a wall. But that won't kill my infantry. And it would require that some captures get delayed, so I'm not too worried about it. But it is an option. Here, I'm a little dubious of this choice, but SonjaTheSuperior decides to stick around with the recon and finish off this infantry. I think that does also... Yeah, it means that both these cities can't be captured. Just this one does. And the anti-air is covering the recon here. But that's not a super big. It's not a real worry for me, because I do have the artillery copter combo. So we'll have our nice little setup here. We bring a recon over, because I'm going to need vision once the copter goes down. I don't really want to rely on infantry for that. Here I'm moving units towards the center to help support my little outpost here. The tank can hit guys, the copter can hit guys. And the advantage, of course, the nice vision over these properties, but also this guy's threatening to take property, so I would like to be able to do that, and bringing the vehicles over will help that. And then these guys are also, of course, set up to go for these properties next turn. And I'm keeping this base basically as an infantry base, hopping into black boats and delivering sort of to the front lines as much as you can. And I know at this point that I have a comm tower advantage for a couple turns because the recon's just now going down. So I should have some favor going into any of these early fights for just this one more turn. And you can see the setup here for this copter. SonjaTheSuperior, of course, knows where this copter is. They could strike from here to kill the copter, but then the artillery on the city kills the anti-air one shot, and then they can't strike from the city because the artillery is in the way. And because their recon went down, they don't actually know if I decided to cover the copter here, or if I've put the artillery into the forest, or if there's anything in the forest. So instead, they decide to play a little bit safe here. It's a very forward anti-air. I did expect an anti-air. I just didn't think it would be this far forward. And we have a triple tank buy. A very strong group of units here. And right now, SonjaTheSuperior is up a little bit in economy. 3k actually, so quite a bit. But that won't last very long because I am going to get these captures pretty soon. Okay. So I did expect the anti-air. I just didn't expect it to be right there. But it doesn't really change my plans at all. The attack here, I could just go in with an infantry to delay the capture, but I decided to go in with the copter and finish it off. One, because I want to kill off the unit, but two, I figured that this would give me a nice early game urban blight that I could potentially use to get some really nice damage done and secure some of these more contested properties. AA jump scare. I was not, well, I was surprised it was in that forest, but I was not scared. Yeah. I'm going to set this copter up in a spot that you wouldn't normally expect because it's one tile out from the airport, so it's going to be hard to scout when this recon comes in to hit an infantry, and is barely covering this. Now, you'll note that because this copter barely covers this, this is actually 3 turns from the airport instead of 2 turns, which is very unfortunate. So I will only have 1 turn of surprise reinforcements for that fight. Okay. Comes the recon. Of course, he doesn't see the copter. AA takes out the copter, gives a nice amount of charge to both players there. It does also mean that this city's being denied another turn because the anti-air is on it and this infantry can't capture. SonjaTheSuperior goes for the lab capture of dominance. And then has some tanks on these very forward cities, which I think is a bit of a mistake, but SonjaTheSuperior was thinking about not wanting me to be able to park a tank on them and start threatening to capture them with infantry. And I don't know if SonjaTheSuperior really expected the urban blight yet. So I would really like it if I could urban blight without firing the artillery, because then I don't have to get this copter involved in this fight. I can just knock this down to 7 and then fire and kill it. However, is a last not an option, so I do have to fire first, Urban Blight, and then use the Copter to finish off the anti-air. And you can see some of the attacks I went for, like here I went infantry and then recon strikes to get a little more charge. So there you go. Anti-air goes down. Now sadly for me, there is a Copter here. And my Copter, this is one tile out of my Copter reinforcement. Very unfortunate. But what is very good for me is I actually hit, like this black boat was actually chilling on this harbor. I actually hit a fair number of units with that Urban Blight. How much did I actually hit? I did like 13,000% of the value with that Urban Blight, which is very nice. And it gives me a pretty strong position here. While also helping me secure these contested properties I was having trouble with and deny this one. So now the economic situation has swapped, where I'm slightly ahead. Not as far ahead as SonjaTheSuperior was like a turn ago. We're getting there. So we'll see how SonjaTheSuperior decides to handle this. Goes for the nice 2-hit KO, goes for a Copter first strike, makes sense. Hits from the lab, takes a tank strike, followed by a tank strike. And I had aspirations of being very sneaky, trying to take these guys out using this anti-air strike and the 4-health Copter and full health tank and recon and all that stuff. But SonjaTheSuperior has other plans. Here comes the medium tank. Actually goes for the hyper repair here. And that is that's something you don't see very often. You don't usually see Andy going for the normal power. But I believe, if I remember correctly, that is because of these two tanks and not wanting to lose all of the tank presence in the middle. It's a decent hyper repair. There was a lot of injured units after all. But it also makes them very hard to kill because they heal up and then they get that defense boost. And I'll try and go for something very crafty here, while also trying to keep some pressure on the sides going, so I can fight around some cities, although I don't quite have enough units for this. So I try and get this tank kill. It lives at 1. I'm going to make a blunder here. I actually don't go for the kill on this tank, which I think is a big mistake. Instead I go for this kill on the infantry. I think maybe this wasn't guaranteed or something. And I try and get a surround on this tank. But that's not a very good surround because the most exposed unit, this recon, is not actually covered by my artillery. But regardless, it will force SonjaTheSuperior to start fighting more and more towards this corner. Because I was expecting a lot of reinforcements to be coming up this way. So I wanted to move the fight in this direction. To try and like delay the impact of the reinforcements. And I knew I had some buffer because that looked like a pretty strong Urban Blight that hits, because I saw the forward tanks getting hit, and then it'll also hit the production and the city denial. So I was like, oh, I'm going to have some nice economic improvements here in my situation in comparison to SonjaTheSuperior, so I can afford to take some losses. Try and go for a later in the game battle strategy of moving the fight, and then hopefully getting advantage once my reinforcements show up and these ones haven't yet. SonjaTheSuperior actually had quite a few troops over here. So it's still not... So for the most part, what I'm delaying is this medium tank showing up to this fight. There was enough stuff over here that I'm not going to get a huge blowout like I would really like. You can see many copters. Finish off the tank. I do know that there is an artillery here, so I'm willing to let it shoot this recon. And you'll see that both of us have quite a few recons on the field, and they will constantly be being made, because as soon as you lose vision, you lose a lot of your fighting potential. You can see I'm still trying to move this fight up here. So that means on this side, not very many vehicles being built. I did build a tank. That's mostly the copters coming this way and then vehicles coming out of here. To hopefully meet up and turn the tide of however this battle may go. And at this point, I've been denying this capture. I denied this one for quite a while. I think at this point, SonjaTheSuperior will get this one. There's that tank I let live. Comes in and finishes off the recon. Mistakes were made. So the front line kind of gets beat up, but I do have quite a few vehicles back here, as they had been moving in to reinforce. And then this copter moves a single tile forward, which is pretty bad, because now my anti-air, after this guy's gone, can't hit from the forest. And SonjaTheSuperior said that was just a blunder. They had scouted the where the anti-air had gone to before, and just kind of moved their copter in range on accident. Okay. So if you looked at the like the stats here, you can see I'm a little bit behind in unit value, behind in unit count. Of course, it is the start of my turn, so I should be behind, but a little bit more than you would expect. Almost a full turn behind in unit value, but you can never trust those stats when you're in the middle of a brawl, because those can become very swingy situations as lots of units hit other units. So I see this breakthrough, of course, of killing the copter, killing this tank, and then a tank killing the artillery from the city. And I decided to go for that rather than just kill off this tank and move my forces down here to deal with all this stuff. I think that's ultimately, especially because I have to use an Urban Blight to do this, I think that's ultimately a mistake, because that does move the fight back down towards the reinforcements I was trying to delay. So while I do get a pretty nice attack there, and killing off the artillery is really nice. Well, I do delay that. Nice. It does mean that SonjaTheSuperior will be able to actually use the units that have been traveling all this time. And here it's a it's a fairly unlikely roll for me to get this kill, even though I really like it, and then the recon would be able to one-shot this guy. I just go for the safe attack. And I went for this capture to try and get some of the units coming through here to go back and stop me. Although it looks like I could have just gone for this property and been pretty happy. And now I think that I'm about to get hit really hard here. So I'm going to build a mech. I think I'm going to lose my anti-air, so I build another anti-air. I probably should have had another one on the way already at this stage in the game, considering how many copters I'm using. The medium tank comes in, gets a nice hit. We're going to see some classic Andy attacks here. And there's the hyper upgrade to heal off all the damage taken in retaliation, and then all the units, the other units get to be used to finish off the units that have already been hit. Yeah, sometimes the Urban Blight damage glitches, but it will update when the turn switches. So that's a pretty good, actually it's a very good Andy super turn. All of the units that were in fighting over here are still at full health. It's a very nice use of the super. And now there's just a ton of pressure on this side. I'm still doing okay in unit count, and actually doing okay in unit value just because of the economic lead I've been having for a while here. But as far as a fighting force in the middle, I'm definitely a bit behind. And so I, of course, attack over here because these units are not able to defend over here. And I do see the anti-air, so I can block its way. And just use the copters to clean up. And then I need to start retreating over here. Although I go for a little bit of an aggressive retreat with the picking off that unit. I'm not able to fully run away. I have some reinforcements coming, but this is definitely attackable for SonjaTheSuperior. They just have to make a choice between if they want to defend this front or if they want to attack over here and take out the retreating troops. And they decide to go over here. Medium tank's coming in, very scary. I don't have any way of dealing with the medium tank right now, except for just a ton of copters and this one artillery. Hold the line! Oh, tank fails to hold the line, and so the artillery gets tagged here, which makes me really sad. It would have really liked to hit that anti-air. So SonjaTheSuperior is really pressing the issue over here, pressing the attack, making sure I don't get to regroup very easily. But on the other side of the map, I am having some victories of my own. And at this point, I'm a little bit worried about an attack on my HQ, so I'm just going to start moving all of these troops over here and try and set up a defensive formation around this choke point with a mech in it. And have the copters kind of save the day, being able to come in through the lake and attack from a side that SonjaTheSuperior might not expect. And then I want a Neo tank because I think that there might be an extended fight over here where SonjaTheSuperior is trying to lock me in, or lock me out, I guess, at this choke point. So I need a really strong unit that can break through. Oh no, can Go7 make a comeback? You don't know how Andy would lose this in Standard? Well, I'm doing just fine. I am up 3k at this point. I'm doing fine in unit count, a little bit down in unit value. The standing army on this side of the map got kind of wiped out pretty well, but there isn't very many infantry with it, so it's going to be a delayed process to me actually suffering some income loss from this. And SonjaTheSuperior takes out some of the stragglers there. It gets rid of the artillery. I can use an Urban Blight here if I wanted to, but it's not very good. I would just kill like a single tank and a recon. like just tag a copter. I mean, it's an option, but I would much rather use the super, because I have a Neo tank and I'm expecting Sonja the Superior to build a bomber the second that they see it. And of course I have to be very cautious with this Neo tank because I don't want them to see it too soon. So I want the high society power with an anti-air to be able to kill the bomber. Because because bombers for Andy are very good. Normal anti-airs will not one-shot bombers. Which means that Andy Super can just heal them back up. And that's a very big problem for me. So the longer the units stick around here, the easier and easier time I'm going to have at eventually refuting them. You can see I have 4 copters on the way to defend from the lake. Sonja the Superior is kind of overextending here. Well, I mean, it is an overextension, but there's enough troops here that it's not going to start hurting unless they stick around too long. So here, Sonja the Superior is going to back off and try and bait a fight around these capturing properties. And start, looks like they're also starting to transition to a front switch. This is another turn I could Urban Blight to try and delay all of these, but I know that Sonja the Superior has a better positioning with this army, so I wouldn't really be able to interrupt these captures in the long term. So I'm going to go more for the I'll just win the fight and take these properties back later. I already know I've had an economic lead for a little bit here, so I'm not too worried about losing the properties, although I will prevent this one because it's just going to take a recon and an infantry. So I'm starting to set up a pincer attack or a flank attack. Of course, all the copters on the lake here. And I believe that Sonja the Superior saw the Neo tank go into the forest with this recon. Yeah. So the bomber is going to be built here, which is something I did know about, which is why I build another Neo tank. So it's going to be kind of a similar trick as to what I did over here with the copter and artillery. It's the Neo tank's going to hit something, the bomber's going to kill it, and then an anti-air is going to kill the bomber, and then another Neo tank's going to show up unexpectedly is the idea. I don't remember if Sonja the Superior actually sees the second Neo tank. So what you're seeing here is kind of the classic escalation of a fight in Fog of War. There was an infantry here. I had to commit a recon and an infantry to kill it, and then Sonja the Superior has now committed a recon and infantry to kill that infantry, and now I have to commit a tank to kill that recon, and then a recon to kill that infantry. And so you can see how the fight just you have to commit more and more and more units, but you don't want to commit too many too soon, because what would happen if I sent everything over into this area? Then they would just open up a ton of first strikes to Sonja the Superior. So you're just gradually committing more and more of your army and trading out somewhat effectively, and the first person that can't overwhelm the last attack is just going to end up losing. Why do Fog players just build copter batteries? As in, why do I have so many copters? Well, I need it for the mixed composition. So they don't know how many copters I have, as long as I'm keeping them pretty well hidden. So that means when I'm in a fight, I can tactically target down the anti-airs and use the vision. Why do I have so many copters and why are they all sitting in one spot? Yeah. So, well, for one, that's because they're being defensive as far forward as they can while staying out of vision. I have so many copters because I need to strike. I need to have the flexibility to strike over this lake and across this like river area and across the mountain and all that stuff. And as long as I have them all concentrated in one spot, I can use the tactic of targeting their counter inside of a brawl and win a brawl that way. So if, for instance, SonjaTheSuperior has 3 anti-airs here. If a fight starts right here and all 3 of these anti-airs are spotted by me and I can target them down, then all of these copters can jump on SonjaTheSuperior's army and just wipe it out uncontestedly. Yeah, this is kind of how it escalates. I was very sad that I wasn't able to deny this. So this is a problem. I did build 2 recons here because I knew both my recons were going to go down, and that's a huge problem. Once I don't have vision, I can't pick a good fight. Well, I can still start a fight because I have the Neo tank and I know about I expect the bombers coming, so I can still start a good fight. But I can't. I can't like start a precision one. So I'm all out of recons on the front lines here, and this guy's going to take 2 turns to get there, which is very unfortunate. Hey, the 1 health tank I saved. It matters. You can see how this is escalating. Now I want to send I don't want to send too many copters forward. I want to just send a few of them. Because I would like to be able to trade both of these copters out for an anti-air, and then I still have 3 copters to finish off the army with. Is the idea. Okay. So you can see I have 2 anti-airs in range of... Okay, I think this one moves. Yeah, I have 2 anti-airs in range of my Neo tank, and they can attack from different sides to avenge it after the bomber comes after it. Over here I have another anti-air that's covering all of these units in case copters are used to take them out, and then I also have copters supporting over here. I have 1 copter over here. This copter is protecting this copter. I have more copters coming in from this side. So I would prefer to have a stronger force of copters over here rather than here, because this is the one that's going to be the copter reinforcements, so it's going to run out far slower than this one will. And then over here, this has actually been going on for a long time, is I've just been having fairly far back infantry with some vision control in case SonjaTheSuperior tries to do a little bit of a skirmish out to take some cities. So here comes the bomber. There's 1 anti-air that reveals itself. The copter reveals itself. Very aggressive artillery placement. Tank strike here, and I'm actually pretty surprised by this turn because... oh yeah. Here, SonjaTheSuperior sees the second Neo tank and buys another bomber. Sees those anti-air staring at this bomber. SonjaTheSuperior actually goes for a copter sacrifice in order to get a super this turn, which is going to escalate the combat a lot. So this is how the fog fight can kind of, jump from sending just enough forward to deal with the initial combatants to sending everything forward and trying to do as much damage as possible. You see, here's 1 anti-air, here's another anti-air. Here's SonjaTheSuperior's last anti-air. It goes forward to take out this mech. Probably with the logic that that mech was going to kill this anti-air. So, might as well just take it out and will probably still be the same number of anti-airs alive, because this one will have like sacrificed itself to save this one, kind of a thing. But that's a very dangerous thing to do. You really don't want to have all your anti-airs on the front lines in a brawl like this. But I did lose a lot of units there. As you can see, I'm down like 60,000, although only down 6 units, but down 60,000 in value. And this is why you can't really trust these metrics while you're in the middle of a fight. Andy should have made a fighter. Yeah, I was expecting an Andy fighter. Oh, and a nice thing is with High Society, even though I lost some cities here, I can still get some really nice one-shots. Like, of course, this Neo tank can one-shot the tank on the city. The copter can one-shot the artillery. The tank can one-shot the anti-air. Infantry can one-shot that. Anti-air one-shots that. Anti-air one-shots other anti-air. Copter can one-shot copter. Fall back a tiny bit to get tank plus copter kill the last anti-air. Bring the recon in to sit on the city and take out a copter. And of course I'm going to deny this capture over here. And the really nice thing about this for me is, well, for one, Sonja the Superior had to rely on a lot of 2-hit KOs to kill units, where I got to do just 1-hit KOs, which is a big difference. And the nice thing is, while on Sonja the Superior super turn with the increased stats, I kind of got to ignore them all because I had the 1-hit KOs. That's not going to be the same. The same is not going to be true for Sonja the Superior on their turn here. I get a medium tank because I think this Neo tank is going to die, and I want some big vehicle. Now there's no anti-airs left, which is really good for me because I still have 4 copters in this fight. So sticking around and fighting those off is going to be really, really dangerous. But also, even if a copter wants to fight my copters at this point, it's a negative trade because I still have High Society active. So even though they'll hit my copters first and do like a strong amount of damage, the retaliation knocks them down to like 4. It's kind of scary. So a lot of these units are going to be really hard to strike very effectively. The medium tank can't even kill my artillery. My anti-air, I mean. And I, of course, still have an anti-air. I have some anti-airs in the back here. I'm pretty sure I have more copter production because I see so many tanks, so many recons. You can see like this trade is pretty decent for me. It sets this guy up to be one-shotted. Recon finishes off the anti-air, very sad. This medium tank is covered by this bomber. Yeah. I mean, High Society is really good if you're in a brawl like that and you have a lot of cities. So, finish off the vision here. Get a little bit of vision. I am going to go for the medium tank kill because I do have a somewhat secure anti-air back here to go after a bomber that comes after me. And there might not even be a bomber. And I get to pick off the unit on the city, which lets me attack from the city and get Kindle bonus. And I check here because I was worried about an artillery, that maybe the artillery is being used to guard the medium tank and I'd have to use these guys to kill it off. That's not the case. So I'll go for the most forward tank. Finish that off. Try and get this infantry kill, but he lives at 1. I get another anti-air because I think both of these ones might die. You can see how hard it is. It gets much harder to recover when in those really big brawls, when you have most of your entire army die. Like, these cities being flipped away from me don't really matter after a fight like that. Just get the roll here. Just get to kill my Neo tank. And tag the anti-air, so the bomber is fairly safe. Tag this one too. Falling back a little bit here with kind of an interesting movement actually. The copter fell back and then the reinforcing copter went forward. Okay, this is kind of a desperation attack. There isn't really much backup for this. I think the idea is maybe I just, I'm not defending these cities. I never went after this city, even though it was undefended for quite a while, just because I didn't want to risk my lone defenders going for it. Doing fancy black boat movement that doesn't matter. And I like this attack because, of course, it kills an infantry, but it's also threatening a capture. And I get to start taking my stuff back here. I go for Urban Blight to have more effective kills over here. And I thought there was a chance that I could bust through this tank and then kill this other tank with a one-shot. But then this recon sees this copter, and I'm like, I don't want to go for that anymore. I'm going to go for other stuff. And now this bomber is going to be in a lot of trouble because it's very isolated, and it has to kind of live in fear on the front lines here of me having an anti-air waiting in the darkness. So yeah, instead I go for this copter kill, and I just use these two copters to kill off this most forward tank and cover them with a medium tank. Make sure that the path to the medium tank is obstructed by quite a few units, so that SonjaTheSuperior won't be able to rush it down, and then I build a fighter to kind of very quickly reinforce this area in a way that can one-shot the bomber. And then SonjaTheSuperior resigns there. I think it's a fair resign. They're down a lot of army value, and while they can pick off a few things over here, the what's very quickly is going to happen is that I'm just going to take all of these properties, while also taking these ones back, and it's going to swing. The game's going to end very quickly. So that was the latest Fog tourney match. I think SonjaTheSuperior played a really good game. Did a really good job of punishing my overextension here to kill this artillery, and making sure I don't just kind of get away with it. But they kind of had the idea of front switching to take these properties, which probably would have been good. But instead I was given just like a lot of time to set up for this fight. And then they really jumped the gun on this attack, which I think is an understandable thing to do. You see the super attack, you kind of go for it. But it's always really dangerous to do that kind of thing. Specifically when your opponent has had multiple turns to set up for the engagement in that location. If you escalate the... if you accelerate the escalation of the fog engagements, you can get in trouble. Yeah, I think that was really, really well played. I hope people like that one. Now I can move on to some viewer replays. All right. We have Strider. This is a new submitter. Is Strider 555. Against Blue Games on Beach Nation Vacation. Mr. Sai has a Tortured replay too. Good to know. They're always welcome. Okay. Olaf against Sensei. So, I don't know if I've seen this matchup. I imagine it favors Olaf once the game gets rolling, because for one, the mass damage is going to be good against all of the swarms and swarms of infantry, but it's also the snow is just going to slow everything down so much. True, Sensei also has... This is top Sensei, so it's the worst one. I think Olaf Super is probably better than Black Storm against Sensei. The snow. Mechs care about snow. Yeah, they just don't care about snow on the plains. But like, they can't climb mountains when they're snowing. It's like 50 days long. Oh my gosh. I'll have to speed that one. Okay. So far, I like the opening. We have another APC opening. Both players. I don't know if the APC opening was like a thing before, or if it's just suddenly really popular. No, APC openings are good in high funds. Okay, I like this approach from Strider of the combination of indirect and tank. Try and hold these properties. Denying the center properties is kind of going to be, or these like center 4 is like your imperative against Sensei. Otherwise, every Sensei power is going to be able to start taking the other ones. Yeah. You need a base 10% firepower boost to one-shot this with a bomber. So like Eagle can do it, Von Bolt can do it, and Max can do it. They can kill this in one shot. Everyone else has to use like bomber, copter, or something to do it in one turn. You don't really want to spend multiple turns shooting it with a bomber. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So very nice little setup over here. We'll see if Blue Games can just kind of attack here and bring the artillery up. It's probably the right play, especially as Sensei. Looks like they're respecting it though. We have a Neo tank from Olaf with the rocket follow-up. The rocket's going to be able to hold these cities pretty well. So far, Strider's doing a really good job of denying the 4 cities as best that they can. There's also not very many Sensei infantry yet. There's been lots of vehicles built, but only just a few are actually capturing over here. Which is okay to do as Sensei, but if you do that, you need to use your vehicles very aggressively so that you can spawn a huge wave of infantry to make up for it. I mean, the travel time is just 2 tiles. It's not so bad. It's like 1.5 turns. Sensei can probably commit a copter. I like the early bomber to break it, because a really early bomber doesn't have a lot of immediate targets yet. But later in the game, when you're kind of building it and immediately running into the fight, it does get harder to go for it. Oh, okay. So none of these infantry can go for this property, so the Neotank's just going to leave and help defend the middle here. So things are looking very, very good for Strider. The game's starting to kind of stall, and Strider has most of the control over all of the properties that Sensei would like. So for blue games here, you really want to be very aggressive with your vehicles as Sensei, especially early on, because your first power is going to have a very large impact on the game, because you'll bring so many infantry that the unit count is going to be like, you'll dwarf your opponent. You'll have twice the units. Yeah, the rockets are both staring at the cities, which is definitely what Olaf wants and not what Sensei wants. Okay, there's only one infantry over here right now, so if Sensei wants any chance of getting these properties, there's going to have to be some more fighting that goes on. Okay, so the rocket can interrupt this. So we'll see how Sensei decides to stop that. You could just put your own rocket on this city. That would work. That way, if the rocket fires on this city, you get to fire on the rocket, and it's on a road. It would also give Sensei a lot of charge. That's not what happens. The rocket does just get to interrupt. And Sensei has really, really strong copters, but Olaf kind of has the stronger air game overall, because snow affects air units and halves their movement rate, rounding down. So this fighter, for instance, that Sensei has, it can move 9. When it's snowing, it can only move 4. You could move to there. And something that's really scary about that is, of course, Olaf's own fighters will still be able to move 9, but even anti-air can move 6. So you can get into really scary situations where an anti-air runs up to you within 4 tiles of you, and then it snows, and you can't get away. Or I guess within 2 tiles. So you have to be really, really cautious about that. Also bombers, because bombers and fighters both have odd movements, so they get kind of hosed by snow. Bombers normally move 7. In snow, they move 3. So you gotta be really cautious about that kind of thing. Okay. Blue Games has enough power to use the Sensei normal power, and here we go. We'll see a huge influx of unit count here. Very nice. And now there's a lot of infantry on this front, which is what you want. And you can see something that's very nice for Sensei is that as soon as these guys spawn, they can act. So they can go for captures, they can interrupt captures. The more infantry you can kind of trade off for the opposing infantry, the better, because then your opponent has to spend production cycles building infantry while you get to spend it building vehicles. And your infantry is just constantly free. Snow is a reasonable weather effect. Yeah. If you are ever fighting against Hawk, as Olaf, you usually don't want to use, in high funds, you usually don't want to rely on using your wind adder, where you have a larger super bar than your normal power bar. If you're full up on your super, that means you can use 2 normals in a row. Your grandfather's brother died in a blizzard stuck on the road, though? I'm sorry to hear that. End of your turn, you'll pop the power. So you can get up to like 4 turns of snow in a row. And it's very difficult to play the game like that. For your opponent, it's very easy to play it as Olaf. Alright, Winter Fury is online. We'll see. This is a pretty decent breakthrough for the Sensei player. Tagging the rocket's very nice. Many infantry being spawned. So we are now at the unit cap here. So what do you do as Sensei with the unit cap, and you kind of like want to actually build from your bases? You'll just combine these guys. You could delete them if you wanted. I wouldn't heal them on the city. Yeah, here we go. You can combine them for money to reduce your unit count enough that you can then build from your bases. Like so. Probably wanted to build from the airport too, but it's okay. Here comes the Winter Fury. It's going to do a ton of damage. It's 50,000 damage. And now the snow is in effect. So for land units, snow, well, depending on the unit, but snow in general will only affect you, or won't affect you if you're on roads and if you're on cities. If you're a tread unit, it won't affect you when you're moving through forests. But if you're a foot soldier unit, it will affect you moving through forests. And it just adds +1 movement requirement. Looks like it doesn't show in the replay viewer, but like if this what does it tell me? Oh, it does show me. Like this guy. This guy can move 1 tile because these planes cost 2, and normally it moves 3, so it spends 2 to here, and then it has 1 left over, but it's not enough to make it to the next planes. So you can see huge value swing on the Winter Fury turn, as you would expect. Still a unit count advantage for Sensei. Of course, the majority of that is going to be infantry. Let's get a nice little shot from that artillery. Olaf's been sticking with very Neotank heavy compositions here. Neotanks are very good, so I don't blame Olaf. And the Mega Tank's going to be nice too, because it's going to be able to one-shot a lot of stuff. It can fight off another Mega Tank, and it will generate a lot of charge in combat. Also, it doesn't have to use its ammo against infantry, so you aren't in as much danger of them just hitting you with a couple They can't just like hit you with 3 infantry to drain all your ammo and then beat you up with tanks. Shouldn't Sensei have a property lead? Well, yeah, you would expect them to. Olaf just did a really good job of using indirects and kind of an early assault on the area. It was well played by Olaf there. Ooh, we have a base skip. If I was gonna base skip in this situation, I would probably base skip here, because there's a pretty scary attack coming in over here. And I'd want as many units as I had, or I could muster. In general, if you're going to base skip, I would definitely suggest doing it on the 2 base side rather than the 1 base side. Having a turn with absolutely no reinforcements hurts a lot. Especially because you're always going to be hurting on unit count wise on the 1 base side anyway. Okay. So Sensei has now managed to take these 4 cities, which is very, very good for Sensei. The next, if Sensei can take one of these cities, it becomes very easy. They're much easier for Sensei to take the rest, because of course, infantry can spawn and immediately threaten them. Yeah, the Mega Tank stage is where Sensei almost always loses. Yeah. As soon as the game gets into the late game, there's a few ways that Sensei can kind of immediately lose. If there's been enough turns that unit, like the unit production is both players are reaching the max, then Sensei's in a world of hurt, because having a larger unit count is kind of one of the major things he's going to want to leverage. And then also if it's just too many really big units, you can be in trouble too. There's the breakthrough to this rocket. Slamming into that copter. It's totally fine as Sensei to kind of sacrifice infantry, by the way. Because they're free to replace. So, going for chip damage is totally fine. Comes another copter command. Up to 50 units. Keep slamming it, so it did like 4 damage to that copter. Join units to get some more money. Building lots and lots of indirects here. Since he's got to use his super sometimes. The super, I'm fine with not using the super, until you've kind of established your presence and taking most of the cities you want to. Mechs can be good, but there's not a ton of mechs that Sensei's going to spawn on the front lines yet. So I'm okay with not going for a super there. Although I would like to see how much power Sensei actually had left there. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Can get a super next time once more units are kind of diving in more. Although a mech from here could have done something, I guess. Not that the super was open. This is very scary. Part of what Sensei's game plan here was, and this is one of the traditional Sensei game plans, is that you use all of your free units as fodder for an army of indirects. But in this case, Strider has broken through and get some really good damage on those indirects. Which is really bad news for Sensei, because while the fodder units are very easy to replace, those indirects are not. They kind of rely on reaching a critical mass, and they're very slow. We'll see here. You can see, we can see that Sensei is now actually not hugely ahead in unit count, just because of how much of a breakthrough happened over here. We're gonna have another copter command. I would probably hold off on that one. It's really tough. This is top Sensei. So you can see here, the cities that you care about the most of having infantry spawn on, because they're the most forward and could actually do stuff, are going to be the ones that are filled last, because it scans left to right, top to bottom. So if you're top Sensei, your back properties are what get filled with your infantry first. So probably would have been better to hold off. And these ones didn't get filled because Sensei reached the unit cap. Yeah, you usually want to pick Sensei in the bottom is a lot better. Here comes the Winter Fury. This might be the game-ending Winter Fury, judging by the unit values. A lot of these vehicles are going to be able to be picked off. Well, maybe not, maybe not. A little bit of an attack over here with the mega tanks. Value-wise, Sensei's really far behind, but you can see like this fighter is really sad. Everything kind of just creeps around. And what's kind of scary is, well, for one, all of Sensei has a really high unit count, so all of them get hit by the global damage, which sucks. But also, once the unit values or the army values are this high, there's going to be like multiple Winter Furies that happen if you successfully are defeating Olaf. And that's really hard to deal with. Because when if you have a successful attack and you like start to break through and then it snows, so now all of your units can't like press the attack before reinforcements arrive and they all get injured. It becomes very hard to make any headway against the global damage. It also becomes very hard to actually capture cities. Although for Sensei you spawn so many infantry that it should be somewhat manageable. Yeah, the Winter Fury turn is only the first turn of pain. Hey, Olaf went for the comm tower. That's going to be good. This map would be more fair if the maker just flipped it 90 degrees. So it was left versus right. Well, in left versus right, you still have you have right Sensei being the better Sensei. I don't remember. Yeah, right Sensei's the better Sensei. Because your forward properties are here. It's like bottom left versus top right, the best. That way this player is getting these ones hit first. And this player is also getting these ones hit first. Do they both spawn on the front lines? I guess it depends on where you're fighting. If you're fighting like down here, then I guess neither player gets them. Yeah, I guess that's somewhat fair. Definitely, it's not ideal. Okay, giant glob of units, but now Sensei's in a really bad spot. You can see that Olaf is going to reach the unit cap, which means that Sensei's one huge advantage of having just more units is gone. And Olaf actually builds a battleship here, which I do not agree with. At this point, okay, Sensei also builds a battleship, so I think they're just kind of memeing at this point. You kind of just go in and you can just kind of go in and attack. I have a feeling that they're just kind of stalling out now. Got a carrier built. Olaf go in. Okay, Olaf's attacking. Got fighter on fighter. Fighter finishes copter. This is in range of the carrier. Bomber's diving on through. The carrier's going to have some decent pick-offs at least. It kind of has to shoot the bomber. Otherwise the bomber just kills the battleship. Or the carrier itself. So Olaf did not get Winter Fury there. There was probably a way to. It would have been very good to have Winter Fury so you don't get overcharged. Here. And it also makes it so it's a lot harder for Sensei to actually counterattack you. Oh, here comes the mechs. Looks like the fight's just happening over here. Over here is just holding its location. Okay. Here comes the Winter Fury. It's gonna do just an obscene amount of damage. Almost. It was 89,000. Snow goes burr. You can see how devastating that is. Now everything's injured. These units can also dive in with impunity. This medium tank, or this mega tank can't even hit this tank. And Olaf's still doing fine in unit count. Yeah. Sensei just resigns there. It's kind of unwinnable at that point. Yeah, only indirects. Yeah. I mean, you can still make a push for it, I guess. But really, Sensei has to leverage that early game, because you cannot win a stalled out game against Olaf. It's just not going to happen. Okay, and then we have another new submitter over here. And this one's apparently very, very long. So I will try and speedrun it. That was very well played for Olaf. I think they handled that game very effectively with a nice opening strategy of making sure to control those like middle circular properties. Even though the ones on the left eventually fell, holding them for as long as possible to transition out of the early game is kind of just enough to win it. Who sent this in? Someone new. Ah. It was HJMRT, who is not in this game. So who should we turn into the penguins? Think you can redesign the map faster than I can do this replay? I guess I'll make Drake. I don't know if this is their game that they sent in, or if they just saw a game that they wanted to send in. They're the pro tag. Okay, we'll go fast here because it's like a 50-turn game apparently. See what kind of opening. So far it's just infantry. Okay, we have a recon opener from Drake. Actually, I can go faster. I can. Here. Oh, I can't have it auto. Well, then also manually. Interesting. So there's a tank response from Lash. on the bottom and kind of a slow one on the top, which lets the recon get some little harassment in there. There's no response to the tank on the bottom from Drake yet, so it's also going to get some nice harassment. Looks like Drake just wants to pressure the top and the center and kind of let the bottom fend for itself with a mainly infantry and then artillery composition, which is a very defensive composition and very difficult for a tank to break through. It looks like the middle pressure, there are some airports, but they're not like game-winning airports. They're really far off into those corners. And if you try and use stealths against Drake, you can... It doesn't look like they'll get it. Oh, maybe, never mind, they will get it. But, yeah, I guess there's a way to interrupt it, but there wasn't really a way to hold it. So this is going to be essentially a trade of the center for the comm tower. It's really hard to actually win that one base. It's really far away. Okay, the medium tank gets built and then everything just runs away to try and hit in the middle now, which is fine. The central properties are very hard to flip because both players have the two base kind of funneling straight into that area. It looks like Lash is actually getting some headway at the top as well, and it's going to get one of those properties. Here comes the first Drake super that's going to do a lot of damage. It's also going to mess with that Neotank's movement a little bit. Now, Lash doesn't ignore snow with... Oh, it also delays or interrupts the capture up top. Doesn't ignore snow when using her powers, but she does ignore rain. So, could see that in the future with some prime tactics shenanigans. Big attack in the middle. This is what's really nice about global damage, is it gives you extra time to respond to any capture. Why not pop the super there? I'm not sure. I guess it's fine to not use it. Might want the Neotank to be at full health. Might want it for next turn to close out any captures that don't get interrupted. Okay, there is the super. Gets a nice hit on that medium tank. The problem with not using the super on Drake's super turn is that all the damage you do here does actually charge up Drake's next super. As you can see here, Drake's pretty much halfway there, but is unable to actually interrupt those central captures. So Lash did it and actually managed to flip them. It's very difficult to do. It's a very scary force coming in on Drake's bottom side there, and Lash has actually managed to maintain control over both comm towers too, which is of course a very difficult task. It looks like Drake gonna have to build a mega tank to save that base, and they have the money for it. There it is. You can always join units if you want to build infantry or something. Okay. Okay. So Lash is going to try and stop the comm tower capture up top. This does mean that fight is going to be involved with much rain. Mega Tank also gets a kill, which is nice. Yeah. So now Lash is definitely in a little bit of trouble up top. The one thing going for Lash there is that there's very few infantry for Drake. So You can go for some sacrificial attacks. That was a very weird sacrificial attack, though. Don't really want to have the medium tank just attack inside artillery range like that. And Drake's trying to take the bottom airport, but that's going to be impossible. Because Drake can always just step off and build a copter, and unless you have a copter of your own that that flew all the way from the top left to the bottom right, you're not going to get that. Or a missile. A missile could do it too. Okay. So Lash has 7k income advantage, which is very nice. Although when you're dealing with 20k and 27k, it's like nice, but it's not necessarily game winning. And then you're also dealing with Lash against global damage. So the global damage powers are going to scale really well in comparison to your own. Ooh, the anti-air going down is pretty huge over there. A snap by bomber from Lash still puts units like Neotanks in range of artillery, which I'm very dubious about. It's going to be some really strong artillery shots. And that will also generate a lot of power. So there's going to be another Drake Super pretty soon. And it looks like Drake is actually going to be able to get their bottom comm tower. Although their top attack has been thoroughly thwarted. But that's okay. Because they were trying to go for a comm tower up top, and they get it at the bottom, so they got their comm tower. Lost a lot of units, though. And they're losing those properties, which hurts. The rate at which they're taking properties at the bottom is a lot slower. I'm not quite sure what's going on with all these Lash infantry. Just kind of sacrificing themselves to the copter in the corner and the mega tank. I guess the idea is the mega tank can't leave, but the mega tank doesn't want to leave, so I mean, the mega tank's doing more than just killing infantry. It's stopping those infantry from preventing the captures. It's very valuable. Okay. So, the mega tank's got a lot of kills. We got a prime tactics turn here, so probably trying to break through this little defensive formation that Drake has set up here. But again, it's being launched when Drake can generate power. So you can see already halfway to the next super. And also get some really good pickoffs. The artillery are again getting to strike value targets. The anti-air gets to take out the bomber. Okay, and there's a Drake fighter on the way, which is nice. Very, very risky of Drake, though, to leave one of those bases unbuilt from. I don't know if Lash can actually break through. Actually, Lash could definitely have broken through and sat on that base if they really wanted to. They could do it. They could do it right now with the APC. They should do it right now with the APC. APC just kind of chills. Okay. Well, Drake Super again. Was that 40,000 damage? About. It's similar to the previous game where I was saying that even if you're winning against a CO with global damage, it becomes very, very difficult because you charge them so quickly and then they just hit you so hard. Ooh, we've got a surround on the mega tank. It's not a real surround, but it looks fancy. It's not a real surround because it can be broken out of, like it did. Although it broke out inside of rocket range, which I wouldn't normally recommend. So the entire attack force that Lash sent in at the top, kind of overextending into the 2 bases, got wiped out. And now there's a new one that's being built to attack the bottom. Again, units are being... The tank's in artillery range to kill a recon. That's a little risky. We'll see how Lash manages to convert anything. You don't like all those infantry slamming forward by Drake. You kind of want those guys to be able to support your mega tank, because now that they're all dead, Lash can just surround that mega tank with infantry and then take it out with indirects. Where before, the infantry are able to, rescue it. Okay, so it's almost looking like we're gonna see just a front swap, where Lash just gives up the airport, which is a horrendous move. If Drake gets an APC over there, they can just go take it. Okay. Might even see Drake stealths, I guess. I wouldn't be a huge fan of Drake stealths. I prefer probably Drake bombers. I don't think it's HJMRT. The mega tank is still holding the line over there. Pretty nice. I don't know what the capture limit is. I don't know if this is even a Global League game. You're expecting a Lash missile to unlock the airport? It could happen. So far, Drake has not really taken advantage of the fact that the airport's locked. That's okay. Another really large push into the bottom here. Drake has an okay infantry count up top. Really needs a lot more in the center to, like, all of the infantry up top need to go into the center and take those properties. Okay, here comes a bomber. Drake really needs to not build an infantry from the 1 base right now. I guess there was a bomber built, but there are 2 anti-airs. That's not great. We're gonna have to start seeing a lot of, like, big boy vehicles coming out of the bottom here, or it's going to fall. Oh, there's the Lash missile. It's on the way to deal with the fighter. There's a lot of indirects pushing down to 1 base. Now, indirects are very good at pushing down bases, so we'll see how it plays out. Well, most of Drake's vehicles are on the top, and still only building infantry from that 1 base. I'm not convinced by that. The missile actually achieved its goal there, and the fighter left the airport. We've got a super from Lash here. We'll see if a fighter gets built to completely end the lock. Nope. Okay. So here we're going to see another Drake super come in. A lot of damage. Still only building infantry. At this point, Lash can definitely take the 1 base from Drake. Well, Drake cannot do the same. To Lash. Just builds another infantry. Okay. Finally, some infantry are moving in for Drake into the middle, where they could have captured stuff a long time ago. All right, the one base has been locked, although all it was, or has been blocked, although all it was building was infantry, so not that big of a deal. Ah, but Drake did finally get an infantry all the way over to that airport, and the missile went down. Looks like Lash is gonna lock the other base, one of the other bases of Drake, from across the way. Although 2 can play at that game, Drake could technically lock that other base with rockets too. All right, we have another super. Does a lot of damage. There's a lot of indirects that get some nice shots up there too. Fighter gets to be a really good blocker. Both airports have fallen. So we'll see what Drake does with that. The rocket tickles the tank on the base over there. Drake should probably either start spamming stealths to win back the one base side, although that's a little expensive, or just build some rockets. Oh, okay. We're gonna have a stealth up top to try and take Lash's one base. Sure. I really don't like that rocket taking a step forward from Lash, because now an artillery can be built. And then the rocket can't actually fire on the artillery. Otherwise, the artillery just walks forward inside the rocket's minimum range and completely zones it out. Okay, we have another stealth from Drake. Now, stealths have a problem mostly when dealing with weaker units. They deal a pretty decent chunk of damage to the big units. So in that way, yeah, you can see there, even the Drake stealth did 6 damage to a medium tank. So in that way, it's going to be really hard for Lash to hold on to that base, because Lash has been relying on really big tanks to hold it, and that's just not going to work anymore. We'll see if Lash does what Drake should have done and just builds even an artillery or a rocket to try and... Well, I guess against the stealths, Lash can't just cover the base with indirects from across the mountains. Okay, so here's where Drake really needed a rocket like a long time ago to stop this missile from being built. But it's not the end of the world for Drake if Drake... Go back. Instead of building a stealth up top, this really needed to move and build a stealth and then stealth itself on the airport. Otherwise, this missile can actually clear the airport for Lash to capture and start building fighters or stealths or whatever. And it looks like Lash's army has finally made it out of the bottom and is starting to take the center. And we have some infantry skating across those mountains and going for some captures. Some pretty nice blocking at the bottom for Lash to make sure that the copter can't just slam into the missile. And man, Drake really has a problem with not having infantry in range to capture exposed properties. There's so many indirects. But we'll see how this develops, and if Lash, we got a fighter from Drake here. If Lash decides to build fighters or to try and combat stealth with stealth, because if it's going to be stealth with stealth, I think Drake will just win due to all the fuel drain and how impossible that's going to become to manage. An attacking force trying to rescue the stealths that got surrounded. There is a single AP, no, there's two APCs, but there's only one single APC ready to supply the stealths in the center, which is very risky because Lash can definitely snipe that. Although these stealths are doing okay on fuel right now. Okay, so I would much prefer if the stealths were being surrounded by infantry rather than vehicles, because the stealths kind of want to hit the vehicles. So you can see, even though they like get freed, they just hit the artillery anyway that's right next to them. That's usually when you know that the trap the units you're using to trap the units are not the right units. Okay, there's another airport up and running. Does build a fighter. Here comes the Typhoon, though. Ow, ow. Sorry. Sorry about that. Okay. I don't think this is gonna reach 81 days. That was a long game though. 81 day one. Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay, so the stealths. Which will finally kind of free Drake up to do some more building of his own. We have a Prime Tactics. Lash is ahead by 11k. So I imagine if they get 2 more captures, they would win by capture here. Usually you need to have 2/3 of the properties, or basically have double your opponent's income with everything captured. And then, whoa, Lash resigns. There's a very strong attack force here, and there's some very annoying stealths. But I think this base was going to fall. I guess these cities will fall, though, so it's okay. Let's screw this resign. That's fair. That's why it's really hard to fight against global damage like that. I think Lash left quite a few too many tanks open, or neo tanks open to like artillery strikes and the like. Had some very good indirect play. You go full sunk cost fallacy and never give up. Yeah, Lash made a lot more money than Drake that game. But Drake did hit with 7 supers. So that will make up for a lot. Lash deserved to lose. How mean. Oof, that was quite the game. Okay, I'm going to fit one more replay in. Which will be the first replay that actually works away at the backlog a bit. Maybe I'll do a small stream on Saturday then. And this was not submitted by either of these players. I actually forget who submitted it. But we have Poland against Incuggarch. Which I have not actually seen. I've only seen snippets of this game. I'll make Incuggarch into... Hold all the ice because we're kindred spirits. And then I will make Poland. Poland. Is it Poland? I'm just going to say Poland. Chat was only frozen because I was... Oops. I had a different screen up. Okay. Sure, I'll have you face to the right. I think that's fine. Left. Caustic finale. Adder against Jake. I would say this is usually going to be a little Jake favored because of how good that indirect range boost is. But you can have some pretty decent mech play on this map too, so I don't think it's completely one-sided, like CO choice-wise. There's no copters, which is one of the main things that Adder has above Jake. You don't think this is Jake favored? The artilleries are so good on this map. What about infantries, though? But Jake infantry get the 20% on planes, and there's lots and lots of planes. Not Adder all day, okay. Okay, so Incuggarch does... Oh, Incuggarch base skips. A double Arty base skip with this Arty buy. So that would scream to me Incuggarch's trying to take this central property, I guess. Usually you build indirects for this corner and you build an indirect for this corner. So if I was going to base skip, I would probably artillery here. We'll see. Oh, wow. So Poland just lets this corner go. So, I mean, I guess good job not building the indirect there. It was kind of given to you. Oh, and then this indirect wants to go into the center rather than go down here and deny these properties. I guess it's a little too late to deny this one. I sound like Ben Shapiro at 2 times speed. Okay. That's pretty interesting. So yeah, usually the indirects get used in the corners because there's these bridges and these rivers and it's super choky. So the artillery just kind of get free reign. Kind of what Poland's doing here. Incuggarch's mixing it up, using the indirects immediately in the center to try and take this contested property. So far, it doesn't seem to be working out super great, because it just resulted in trading these corners in a way that I think favors Poland, because this can be interrupted. And Incuggarch's just going to be down in properties there. With this as the one advantage. Incuggarch did also delay this property, though. That's not all bad. But okay. Yeah, this corner is definitely going down. This one's not going to go down. And that hurts a lot. And then pressure's being put on this. This is having pressure again. And we just have a bunch of tanks. Yeah. Okay. I guess this is trying to put some more pressure on over here. The idea being this tank can't get involved because the artillery covers it, and these units can't kill this infantry or this tank to let the tank get through and hit it. There is a downside with this though, and that's that it's not just this tank threatening this area. There's also these two tanks that can swing around here. This is also a tank on a base, so it can actually attack you and just build another tank. Oof. Oh no. Incuggarch falls really far back here. That's not good, because Incuggarch kind of wanted to keep this either neutral or Incuggarchs, so that there would be an economic advantage over having this property. If they just trade these two, that's really good for Poland, because the corners are going more in Poland's favor here. And now that this property is taken, and these units are so far back, I imagine Adder just slams everything down on this side. Yeah. And then, yeah, build another tank. And see, the problem here is, while this setup is true that the tank gets hit by the artillery, because this first tank gets to come in and get a nice hit, and also the reinforcements at the bottom, you'll lose on the next turn because you can no longer make a strong enough wall. And that puts this artillery in a really tough spot, because it can either shoot this tank and then die to all the other tanks, or it can run away, and then it's like it wasn't a real deterrence. And that's what it had to do. And that's just always the risk of fighting inside base range. It's the immediate reinforcements is so difficult to deal with. But the really, really bad thing is now the indirect play that won this city only nets one property in this corner, and it's going to net all the losses in this one. You can see the economic swing that's happened here. Although I think Incuggarch is going to get this property, which is really good. And Incuggarch kind of recognizes that, well, I shouldn't have been neglecting this corner so much. But yeah, because these units are attacking over here, but they're still covering back here, can't quite pressure them or pressure this city. And it looks like Incuggarch actually missed out on these two cities because of the focus on here, I guess? I'm not sure how Incuggarch didn't get these. We kind of have a sandwich situation, though. Incuggarch's on the left and the right with pretty large balls of units. And then in the middle, you've got the Poland sandwich. The Poland insides? Toppings? Ingredients? Oof, and then these cities fall. So Incuggarch should be able to get something done down here, which is good. It does get this property. So there's hope yet. Losing this property is like hurts so much. The whole like game plan was around getting that property. Oh, so over here to Incuggarch. Incuggarch can do that to Poland here. It can just like put an artillery on this if we wanted to. But now they're not. They're not. I think that's just a little too slow. Over here, I don't know. The tank just gets to take this spot. Okay. Just swinging back and forth. Okay. This is a nice little pick off for Incuggarch here. Yeah, at this point there's so many tanks that oh no. Multiple turns of setup over here have to be just thrown away. So many tanks here that I mean the mechs are pretty good at fighting it, but I think medium tanks kind of have to come out. Incuggarch's down 5k, so that's really hard to do. Okay. Poland's very quick on the defense here. It's pretty solid defense too. The artillery staring at the city. There are a few tanks that could come in, but it's again in base range. Oh, Incuggarch trying to press this issue. Although the problem with pressing this issue is there isn't actually an artillery guarding the spots that would be hit. So instead, Incuggarch decides to attack down here to try and draw these vehicles away. Although there's an attack force at the bottom, so that's going to be really risky. So Incuggarch needs to attack at the same time here. And try and join these troops together instead of being split apart like has been happening. Oh man. So passive over here. Both players kind of lost the corners and then just let it go. You were so mad that the tank output the 4 HP. I must have missed that. Oh, this one. Very unlucky, yeah. 4 HP sacrifice. They're good. Oof. Is there any way to stop that from happening? I guess this infantry just has to be here instead. But I think it was killing something, so we can't do that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and then... What? Oh, this is a... Why? This looks like a pretty bad... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it like trying to stop this tank from hitting over here or something? That seems like a really questionable attack, but... Let's see what Incuggarch can do. Really far behind in unit value, but doing totally fine in unit count. Somehow. 13 tanks to 8. It has more artillery and some mechs. That's definitely winnable. Although, it's not going to be able to be winnable for very long at that kind of an income deficit. Especially with these properties going down. There's so many infantry just standing around over here. Okay. This is not what Incuggarch wants to do, by the by. These artillery really don't want to have to hit these. They really want to shoot these tanks. Goes for the sacrificial attack. So I don't think there was any chance of that doing damage because Poland has the power up. Okay. That gets a nice pick off over here. Does get the fight in base range, but very unfortunate for Incuggarch here is all of the artillery have been, of course, are injured, but they're also separated for anything defending them. But that was a pretty strong turn. I really don't like these guys just standing around over here. Kind of the base itself, kind of like with what Poland's doing over here. The base itself can defend these properties. You don't need to have infantry standing around with an artillery to do it. If you're doing this, you just want to attack the corner. The comm tower is in a little bit of trouble. Actually in a lot of trouble if Poland can get the power this turn, which looks like they recognize because they just attacked with their tank there. Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised those artillery didn't all get wiped out. What a cheeky block. I like that block a lot. And this is all happening on Incuggarch's power turn, so no charge is being built here. Yeah, not getting any caps back. Tank has to hit that, which is... I guess this guy's got better targets. The mechs get some good damage here, which is going to help a lot. Oof. But this is really bad. That's just a lost comm tower. But sometimes it's fine to lose the comm tower, but the worst part about losing this comm tower is that there's no healthy infantry in range. But there isn't much pressure on this base either, so it can kind of build an infantry. Yeah, and it kind of has to. Because otherwise, even if you kill all the units around the comm tower, you just can't capture it. Okay. So Incuggarch did a lot of damage there, and unit count wise is doing really well. But unit value wise, it's just kind of even, while really far behind economically. Which I think just stemmed from the opening. And maybe being a little too passive over here. Oh, we don't have a super from Incuggarch. Just have a normal power. I guess that's because it didn't see any movement requirements. We'll have a nice little breakthrough here. The super doesn't just give you extra movement, it also gives you extra, even more damage on planes. Unless I'm wrong. But, it looks like it's not required. It would have saved the mech sacrifice over here, which isn't that big of a deal. Yeah, I think you know that's a fine beatdown. I don't think the super was needed at all. So unit count wise, Incuggarch still doing really well. Hasn't been able to translate any of that into income though. I'm actually surprised that Poland hasn't built anything other than tank artillery. Because one of the easiest ways to win off of income, you can start building really big units like medium tanks, or probably just medium tanks really in this case. And then your opponent's going to have a really hard time fighting against even one medium tank mixed into this composition of lots of tanks and artillery, because the medium tank can wall break for the tanks, and then they can go in and take out the artillery, and then there's nothing that can deal with the medium tanks. Tanks and artillery are just good. Ooh. I guess that's fine to take the chip damage. Because you can just build another infantry. The beatdown, get some more artillery hits. I've gone for rolls like that too. It's really unlikely for a 3 health infantry to get the luck roll. You know, so you just gotta go for it sometimes. Wouldn't it be nice to be Adder here? I think Jake's normal powers have done tons of damage. Firepower increase and all of the artillery play. Losing the comm tower is really bad. The 1 health tank gets to hit. That infantry and that tank are having a showdown. Okay. Now Incuggarch is starting to lose the unit count advantage, which is the last metric that he had going for him. Which is not good. The tank also, the artillery also has to shoot a 1 health tank. It might have been better just moving on to the HQ. Yeah. I don't like that tank having to go over here. That's inside this base range. Not that there's really that many choices. Now down here is falling. Big old brawl. Okay. Incuggarch is so far behind because of this the money situation. Yeah, I don't think at this point Incuggarch can make it back. There's another city fell. Yeah, make sure to hit the infantry instead of the tank to keep the comm tower advantage. I'm not even sure if that's the right play, but it certainly is cheeky. And Adder mechs are coming onto the field too. Yeah, Incuggarch resigns. I don't think there's really much you could do at that after that point. I think it was... I think it was just the opening that... How did Incuggarch not get these cities? I see. Who's that one? Wanted to fight here. I gotcha. Wanted to fight here, so didn't go for this city, went for this city to try and get the infantry to overextend. Probably does. Does it even? It must overextend. So it does overextend. This tank does get this hit, but you lose the entire property. For the rest of the game, that sucks so much. I think it would have worked. This would have worked out. The problem that Incuggarch ran into with this little play over here is that you're down in infantry, so there isn't the replacement guy, and these guys had to go in the middle. But yeah, that was a brutal fight. You know, sometimes that's what happens. You try out a new opening. It happens. And Poland did a really good job punishing it. I think that's well played, though. Some very good tactics. Okay, I'm gonna call the stream there. I think I'll do a short one tomorrow and finish up some of the turns I didn't take and try and get some more of the replays done. It'll be late. 4 more games till your game. That'll probably be 2 streams then. Poland's top 7 is standard now. Very nice. I'll leave you guys with an apple. Yeah, I think Poland did a great job. What a backlog. What a backlog indeed. Predictive apple. Good night, everyone. No bananas, only apples.